Hello. Happy Tuesday. We're back in Pi, as always, for a Tuesday. This is stream number 100, if I can, in fact, trust the... Pardon me. If I can trust my numbering on YouTube, which I think I can. Usually someone will get in the comments if I get it wrong. So I think this really is stream number 100. Hi, Starfighter. Good to see you as always. Welcome in. So yeah, I'm very happy. My YouTube thumbnail template started with 3 digits because I don't have to change anything. We just roll right past 100. So what was I doing before? Last week we got new Nexalit processing in place at some point, which is this whole thing. We did some other stuff. Sugar wax. Oh, that's right. We did all of our cast metals last week. So we're pretty much migrating the whole base over to molten metals and casting wherever possible. I think we'll be done before I need to change to 4 digits. That's the question. I thought about that when I built the template. I was like, will I need 1,000 episodes? I'm going to say before I reach 1,000 episodes, we will have probably restarted on Stellar Expedition. If we're not done by the time PySex comes out, I'm restarting for it anyway. So I think we'll be okay with just 3 digits. What is going on down here? Oh, right. This is my biomass to coal void. We did that last week, too. Let me label that before I forget what it does. So today, what does the to-do list say? Heavy oil blockage at oil processing. Right. Did I make notes about what I actually want to do? Possibly void to BTX, since we already have BTX out and the requisite catalyst metal in. Okay. That's probably not too hard to do, so maybe we should look at that. I have no recollection of what I was thinking about when I looked at this before, so we're gonna probably reevaluate stuff that I talked about last Thursday, but that's okay. We'll go back over it. So yeah, low distillates and tin chromium alloy goes to BTX. Right. So this is what I was saying we could easily do. We just throw an overflow on the BTX here. We're already pulling in tin chromium alloy from wherever. And we just get however many machines we need to do that processing. Because it is the heavy distillates or the low distillates, yeah. And I think when I looked at this, I decided that there wasn't a good use of heavy oil other than the things I'm already using it for. Pretty much. Yeah, so I think we just want to take the low distillates and process those to BTX. So let's figure out what we need to do for that. Where's my YAFC window? Crude oil processing. We have 30 low distillates a second. Let's see. Set fixed ingredient consumption 0. Oh, that's right. It doesn't like that. That's okay. We'll do it the hard way. We will take low distillates to BTX, heavy oil refinery, and on this one, I think I could do set fixed ingredient consumption 30. There we go. Now the other one gets 0. That's what I want. So we just need 2 heavy oil refineries. I need to hook it up to heat, but we do already have heat over here, I thought. Ooh, do we not have heat over here? I thought we already had heat. Oh, we had heat and I got rid of it. I remember this now. Because I, like, refactored some of this stuff. Okay. That's fine. We just gotta... set up heat as well. We already make coke on site, so I think we can probably just do coal power plant and coke. Yeah, and we still produce lots of coke as output. I might need to figure out where to route the ash, but that's fine. All right, 2 heavy oil refineries and 1 coal power plant. Let's get this recombobulated. Let's see. The bots are bringing me everything except for those things that I want. Although I'm going to guess this is them here. Yes. And this should at least get a lot of my other petro stuff moving again. I probably need to reevaluate all of our, like, coal and tar and oil and bitumen processing as, like, a unified petrochemical system, which we're absolutely not doing right now, right? Everything is one-offs. But that's not happening now, so... where's my... There it is. So 2 heavy oil refineries here. Making, I said BTX. And then these also have a heat input, which we will deal with momentarily. So the BTX comes out to... That's BTX there. That's this pipe. And then heat input... Not that. Try again, Brennan. Heat to our coal power plant. This just needs to fork off. I'm going to use a long belt just so that we have a little bit of a buffer. Now the issue is that we don't have an ash output here, do we? I think I replaced the ash output with something else at some point the last time I did a refactor on this area. Oh, and we need to bring in the catalyst metal too. Of course, of course, of course. How much does this use per second? Almost nothing. Okay. There we go. So now I just need to get ash out of this. Does anything over here have an ash output that I can do horrible things to? Not really. Not there. None of this here. Yeah. Okay. We'll do this the stupid way then. I don't like these sort of neighborhood stations being this long because it adds a lot of latency to the train system. But this is fairly low. This is a fairly low throughput set of stations to begin with. Like, the oil processing here is not used for a lot. So I'm just not going to worry about it. And then ash outputs pretty much universally need some kind of void. Do I have one I can copy and paste? Yes, I do. There we go. This getting up to temperature is going to need more coke. Let's just, let's just do that. So hopefully this will be enough to keep everything running. At least for now. Again, my whole petrochemical everything needs a revisit. I need to figure out what are the products I actually care about in what quantities. And right now, everything is very, like, ad hoc. You know, when I'm running low on something, I figure out how to make more. When I have too much of something, I figure out how to avoid it. And that probably means we're doing some weird transformations back and forth between things. But we also are doing very little oil processing, right? Like, we've got this oil processing. We've got a bitumen processing set up over here somewhere, which is even smaller. And, like, that's it. That's the whole everything. This is also going to back up on heavy oil, though. So, but this one should already be doing low distillates to, yeah, this has exactly the same overflow. Low distillates to BTX when we have too much heavy oil. All right, so yeah, this is just matching what bitumen processing does. But, like, bitumen processing and oil processing have a lot of the same steps. They just make some different amounts of some different intermediates. And I feel like it should be unified somehow, some way. I'm just not sure what that looks like. And I don't want to think about it now, because the petroleum stuff is just complicated enough that I can't keep it all in my head at once. All right. The other two top things on my to-do list, self-contained sand for Nexalit and aromatics to lube, are waiting on tech. We need excavation for sand, and we need desulfurization for lube. So I guess that means we're going back to the brain printing project that we started last week and kind of got distracted putting out fires around the base instead of finishing. Yeah, this all seems like it's running now. Oh, this needs to be prioritized left. Which means I actually don't think we need that anymore. And we can drop the output back in the output. Oh, funnily enough, we actually just used some heavy oil from this, so now the heavy oil machines are running, but whatever. Not important. What's important is that it's working. So, let's go back to printing brains and that project. And then we kind of got to figure out where our base bottlenecks are, what is and isn't working well. I think we're still going to find that, like, lard and brains are the things that are going to slow us down a lot. So we're going to want to look into probably more augs, right? I haven't looked at the aug turds. There was some chatter in the Discord about turds, and I do want to look into if there's anything worth doing turd-wise for my augs. All right, meat. Yeah, meat is starting to back up again, so we got to get the brain printing turned on, because I do think that is going to be we're gonna back up on meat pretty quickly if we don't find a use for it. Down here, we set this up last week. We got this build that turns meat into xenogenic cells with these incubators. Over here, we have a sugar build. And then we also have this, which turns xenogenic cells, sugar, and retrovirus into pluripotent stem cells, which are also... They are slowly accumulating, all right. But this just doesn't use... This uses, what, 10 xenogenic cells a second? What are we making xenogenic cell-wise? That's 10. So we make 20. And then if we check YAFC again, I should still have my brains up, right? Yeah. So our remaining steps for brain printing is we need the bioscaffold, which I think is fine. I think we have all the stuff for this, and then the actual brain printing is just bioprinters. We might want to grow the size of the pluripotent stem cell build, since our xenogenic cells are clearly our limiting factor. Although I think this is limited by sugar, right? So we're going to become too limited if we're not careful there. And I don't necessarily want to go do a big potato build at the moment. Somehow I'm holding a blueprint. That seems like it should be a bug. I'm not quite sure how I managed to get where I had both a tag and a blueprint in my hand at the same time. But So yeah, if we're running at 10 xenogenic cells a second, that's pulling 1 2/3 meat a second, which, like, here, let's double check YAFC again. Aug rendering. Oh, makes nearly 6 meat a second. Yeah, this is just not. Okay, all of this needs to be much bigger if we're going to scale up Aug rendering any further. Like, yes, pulling 1 meat a second out of the system is nice, but I think we are going to want to double the pluripotent stem cell build. And then we need to make sure that the actual brain printing is able to... What is this? 2 brains in 60 seconds. That's how many brains per second? I think we want 2,666. Yeah, there we go. That's our number. And that gets the bioscaffold up to 0.1333. But this build can already handle that. Okay. So yeah, if we double our number of bioprinters, add 1 more bioreactor here, we can consume twice as many who's-a-what's-its. Although maybe we don't necessarily want to print twice as many brains. Maybe we want to print, brains and lard, or maybe we want to print all lard. What do our, how many brains do we need for vat brain cartridges? Like, okay, 1.5 brains a second. Our aug rendering makes 0.7 plus everything else that we're rendering. So I'm going to bet that if we tried to print this many brains, well, I don't know. We might end up with too many brains, is what I'm saying. Although, worst case, we turn brains into something else, right? Don't I have a brain void? I think I turn them into lard, actually. I think that's what I have set up. So maybe we do just print brains, and then if we need to convert brains to lard because we have too many brains, then that just happens automatically. That's not an awful situation. All right, so we're going to want to make these builds bigger. I'll build at the scale that I have the stuff for currently, but we will want to make these builds a little bit bigger as we move forward. We will boost the scale. For now, though, we've got to do the bioscaffold. Ooh, and that's another question. Do we make anywhere near enough chitin for this? We get chitin from Archods and Vrox. 0.6 chitin, 0.13. So the answer is no, we don't. We get a little bit from Sarkarus spoiling. Oh, Dilmos make a lot of chitin. So do Archods, if I were to... Well... No, because that's 3 Archods into each rendering. But yeah, it looks like when I start doing Dilmos, I'm going to get a lot more chitin out of them. Assuming that they are a thing that one wants to render. Wait, aren't Dilmos the... No. I don't know what Dilmos are. Let's look at this in in game real quick. Let's look at our tech tree. So yeah, Dilmos stage 1 are a supersized crossbred crustacean. They're not a prerequisite for... Okay, they are on the Pi Science 3, like, prerequisite chain. It looks like Arcod 2 needs Dilmos as part of its, like, process. Wax and pressurized hydrogen to lubricant. Interesting. This is all very interesting to me. We'll look at that later. And then Pi Science Pack 3, which needs... biocarnation, bio-ore, advanced substrate, processed ash, washed ash, enriched ash. Alright, but none of that is, like, Dilmos directly, right? It seems like it is... They're needed as an input to Arcod Stage 2 breeding. But then otherwise... I mean, their eggs need... There's a lot that goes into these guys. They're not, like... They're not expensive, but they're not cheap either. But I guess they probably do a better job at making arthropod blood than... I mean, that's the thing. If they are per arthropod blood, and I'd have to double check what that looks like, you know. Are they better than the, whatever we're using right now, the Zeiss? And if so, and, like, we also just get more better byproducts out of them, then switching Zeiss to Dilmos makes sense, right? We are always going to need some shells, so we will always be running Zeiss for shells. But if it makes sense to switch to Dilmos for arthropod blood, then, like, we can do that. Alright, anyway, for now, I guess we're going to be chitin limited on bioscaffold, is what I'm seeing. Because the only way to really make chitin, if I wanted to, would be to make a... That's 20 cotton guts in to do it that way. Or if we just make the Sarkis directly, okay. So yes, we could do this. We could make this stupid build to make a bunch of chitin from cotton guts. If we decide we need to. Because right now, like, again, these xenogenic cells are the only, like, thing we can really void meat into. And, like, yes, we're going to end up needing these guys for Corlex 2, Mukmox 2, Moss 2 and 3. Like, we need them for a bunch of stuff. but to do organ printing, we need bioscaffold. And bioscaffold uses a lot of chitin. Yeah, and that's a lot of slaughterhouses. 40 arthropod blood a second from a very large build. How much arthropod blood a second am I currently getting out of my Xi rendering? 24 a second off of 9. 0.3 Xis a second. Yeah, so the Xis are always going to be better for arthropod blood. What's the point of these guys? I very much feel like I'm missing something here. Where, like, Xis are not the cheapest thing in the whole wide world, but, like, not that expensive. And when I'm looking at the Dilmos in comparison, and yes, this is not quite, you know, that's 40 arthropod blood a second compared to 24 a second. So, like, have our inputs here. But, like, this is 100 phytoplankton versus 32. So it's like 50 versus 32. 1 filter a second. Filters are comparable. Relesia seeds, which Xis just don't have as an input, right? Although we do have blood meal, we do have fish food, we do have a little bit of blood. But I guess if I do need enough chitin moving forward, maybe it makes sense to do Dilmos for the chitin, right? Because, like, I can't just render Archods forever for chitin. I'll bump into issues with arthropod blood. Well, maybe not arthropod blood, but definitely with the Archod venom. Ditto with Vrox and formic acid. So it probably makes sense to be thinking about Dilmos for chitin eventually. I don't have them unlocked yet. I'm definitely still thinking ahead. And we'd probably want to do, you know, a much smaller build, but, like, the thing that I'm looking at is the number of Dilmo pools here, right? And we don't unlock Mark II until High Psi 3. So if they're supposed to fill my chitin gap, do they achieve that goal? No, because I have to build heaps of them. I don't know. I'm confused, is what I'm saying. I don't know what the purpose of the Dilmos is yet. Think about that later. For now, let's get this bioscaffold build done. We're not going to be able to feed it. That's fine. And then we'll get brain printing done. Let's rename this. Let's add an icon. Brain. For now, we are built at this scale. I do want to think about doubling it. Bioscaffold and the pluripotent stem cells is also at this scale. I just want to make sure that YAFC matches my actual base, because YAFC is my source of truth for, like, how big my builds are and what they're capable of. And if it doesn't match, I will get confused when I think I have more capacity than I do. All right. Fluid drop-off down at the bottom here. This is going to be for boric acid. And then we will have solid drop-off. Whoops. Oh. Uh-oh. I see what I did wrong. And I'm hoping that a train has not already been dispatched here. Because what I did wrong was this needed to be another segment longer than it is. If a train has already been dispatched, I should be able to, like, rename it to redirect it here as soon as the, as soon as I get, like, a no route to destination error, we'll be able to fix it. And then a solid drop-off station here. And then a solid pickup station up at the top. Right? Is this a solid? I'm assuming bioscaffold is a solid. Now we request our boric acid. Our solid inputs are chitin, bones, seaweed, and stone. And then this is actually going to be, yeah, this is going to be our output. Perfect. So, first thing we need is we need stone and seaweed to go off to a high pressure furnace making sodium alginate. Actually, yeah, I'll put it on a... Doesn't have to be out on the side of the base like this, or on the side of the... whatever. Station. But I will do it this way so I can scale it if I need to. Because, yeah, we're bringing in 2 items a second there. All right. And then we output the sodium alginate. Our other input is limestone. We're going to have these guys here. Okay. And then I will combine that with... We're going to have... Let's see. We're going to have a bones to bone meal build, which is these fluidized bed reactors here. Actually, let's move some of this. Let's move this whole section here, like, down to, like, here. Give myself a little bit more room to work. Also, give myself room for... that. Now I think I have room for fluidized bed reactor here. Making bone meal. I should probably look into rendering Ulrichs at some point. Because, like... it does seem silly to... keep doing this everywhere that I need. Bone meal. But for now... I do not have... Ooh, I don't have a boiler. Of all the things to be missing. No, that's not going to work. I might need just a little bit more space through here. So let's give ourselves just a little bit more space through here. There we go. That should do what I need now. And then coming out of here on this side is going to be just a whole belt of chitin. Okay. That looks right. And that comes up to our nanomaterial factories. Of which there are 3 to start. 1, 2, 3. We will have to bring up the boric acid. That's fine. And then output from each of these guys. Well, no. Input first. And it's a very small output amount, so we can get away with gray inserters. Which I don't really care about gray inserters from like a resource consumption standpoint anymore. They are very convenient from a having to run power standpoint, though. All right, that'll be our output. We need to hook up the water in to all the places down here that need water. Are we not getting any chitin? We have no chitin. Oh, dear. Yes, I see. All right. That is the problem. We need to make chitin a proper void. Fix chitin overflow void logic. All right. We'll do that in a moment. Let's get water in. Let's get the boric acid hooked up where it needs to go. You know what? Here. I do have to put a pump between them if I want to mix and match the pipe types like this, but don't care. That is that part. Okay, I think this build is done except for the water input, which we can kind of do anywhere. Sweet. And then this isn't going to turn on until we get this boiler. Electric boiler. I should maybe just make electric boilers part of my standard requests, because, like, we always need them. But all right, on our way back to base to grab that electric boiler, we can also swing by animal processing here and add the void logic to chitin, because apparently I never did that, and it's just been turning all of my chitin into geothermal water, so I have not had any left around. Stacks to 100, stacks to 100. Yeah, same thing. All right. So that'll be chitin, and then we don't request chitin from anything right now. But I guess that will eventually be Dilmos, question mark. Since they make a small enough amount of arthropod blood that I guess we would expect sort of the other arthropod blood sources would be like a top-up of whatever we don't get from Dilmos. Okay, up to the mall. Let's grab our... whatever I'm grabbing. Electric boiler. And I guess I also want to request more of these things, right? I said I wanted to print more. And there was another part of this that I wanted to double. It was the pluripotent stem cells, which is a bioreactor. Okay. Let's grab all that stuff. Make sure in YAFC I don't need anything else. No. Bioscaffold we're making plenty of. So yes, it's just the bioreactor and the extra printers. And I'm going too far that way. Science is halted again. We will check on that in a moment. It's almost certainly Pi-Sci 1. It's almost certainly glass. Like, we know what has been broken in this base. All right. Well, the bots are bringing me whatever they're going to bring me. Science. It is. Yeah, it's Pi 1 that's missing. And Pi 1 is blocked on glassware. Yep. Exactly what I expected it to be. Glass is running more consistently. We did add, yeah, we added more pure sand to the base, and I think it has helped. But there's just so much pent-up demand for all of the different glass products around the base that it's really hard to get an idea of what, if anything, is gonna like stay in stock for very long and start accumulating. Because, like, yeah, there's already a train with this stuff. As soon as we had 100 glass available, it was like, hey, I know where that glass can go. 100 glass available, whatever that is. I saw this stack get to 100. That's what I was thinking. But 2,000 glass. So, like, that has been the situation, is every time any glass anything gets even remotely close, we have new things requesting it, right? I see filter media. This is filters, I'm quite sure, is requesting a bunch more glass. Not sure which one this is. Oh, vacuum tubes. That makes sense. Needs more glass, so. And a lot of these are like, they're relatively slow consumers, right? Like vacuum tubes here use a whole 0.75, 0.8, whatever it is, glass a second, right? So like, they don't use that much. Just everything has been below threshold for so long. If we find where we're making filtration media, you know, almost certainly, yeah, it's gonna be a while before this buffers up again. And again, filtration media is something that the places that use it don't use a ton of it. It's just, it was broken for a while because glass was broken and pure sand was broken and so on and so forth down the line. Plastic, silicon, coke, and filtration. What is this? Oh. Self-assembly monolayer material. All right. Sure. I forgot what a weird recipe this is. But it is running. Are red chips running? Probably not. On power resistors of all things. Excuse me? Surmet. Okay. Well, that's bad. Oh, it's lubricant. Okay. That probably shouldn't surprise me. Because fish have been broken, because filtration media is broken, and our lubricant is still fish oil based. So I think... All right, fish did get a delivery of filtration media. They are turning back on. So once we start to get fish oil again, that hopefully will fix lubricant, and then properly fixing lubricant is waiting on a couple of techs. Twitch is telling me that it has been an hour and that it is time to run an ad. I do run the just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. So I will see everyone in just a minute. I'm going to get some water and stretch my legs during the ad break. I recommend everyone else do the same. Don't watch the ads. Ew. And when we come back, I guess we're just going to keep working on the thing we're working on. We kind of have to keep an eye on things, but really we're just waiting on glass to trickle out to all the places that need glass. So I will see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. Looks like we got everything we need. So we're going to go ahead and head back down to that bottom left corner. What's going on here? Oh, right. All of this is broken. Did I fix part of this somehow, or is it still broken? Okay, yeah, these guys are running. I fixed something. Do I know where and how I fixed it? No. Maybe I didn't fix it. Maybe I just got the base to use enough stuff that it fixed itself temporarily. The old belt base is having trouble getting rid of some decay products, is the issue. We saw this a couple of weeks ago. I don't know how many sessions ago. And I'm like, did I do something to fix that? I don't remember doing something to fix that. I think I said I was going to, like, invert this station and use it to get biomass out or something like that, and I don't think I ever did. I think it just managed to unblock itself while I was doing other things. Which is, fine. For now. Alright, so we got the bioscaffold here, which, once we get steam going, ought to turn on. Oh, we still don't have chitin. Okay. That's right, I forgot. And chitin is going to be slow to accumulate. Oh, I should probably also find the other places that we make chitin, which is going to be like Pi-Sci 1 and Pi-Sci, or Pi-Sci 2 definitely potentially makes chitin, right? Yes. And also Logi-Sci makes chitin? Yes. Alright, so I need to go up to them at Pi 2 and Logi. We need to go over to those and fix them to have the same. I added the right void logic to animal processing, but I didn't add it there. And that's just making sure that they don't send chitin to our chitin to geothermal void, unless other chitin users, such as bioscaffold, are satisfied. All right. Well, for now, we'll wrap up the other side of this. The actual brain printing takes in stem cells, bioscaffold, makes brains. Nice and easy. Let me fix my... Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing. I'm just updating the quantities in YAFC because we grabbed buildings to make some of these builds a little bit bigger. So I'm just updating YAFC for the bigger scale. All right, those guys will pull through the xenogenic cells twice as fast now, which hopefully will keep pulling meat through. Like, this is my only use for meat right now, so these things really need a, I don't know, I could probably double this if I really wanted to, but then we'd have to find more uses for, the rest, we'd have to find the rest of the inputs for printing organs, right? That's the thing, is like, yes, I can get rid of meat, but I need so much chitin for bioscaffold. All right, let's get brain printing going, since it's definitely cheaper if we're gonna have too many brains to make lard directly from bioprinting instead of brains and then converting them to lard. But the goal of this right now is mostly to be a meat void. So the fact that brains are more expensive is kind of a bonus for us. All right, we bring in pluripotent stem cells, and then here we bring in the bioscaffold. And yes, we do it on rails, even though they're right across from each other. Because we might eventually move this, we might do other things, we don't want builds tightly coupled. And then all of that feeds into 8 of these guys, which are going to make brains from our 2 inputs. And they consume almost nothing here. Input, input, input. Output can also just be a single thing like that. All right. And that's making how many brains a second? About a quarter of a brain per second. All right. And because, I mean, I think normally what we would want to say, I mean, really what we would want in theory to do, and maybe we will eventually do this, is hook up organ printing to CyberSyn such that our requests are driving if we need to do organ printing, like, hey, there's demand that's not being met, print some brains. But for now, again, because our goal is to get rid of meat and other things that are hard to get rid of, like chitin. Chitin we turn to geothermal, but we have free geothermal water on the map, so I'd rather put it to this use. But the goal is getting rid of meat. I think we actually want to say that this is a high priority source of brains compared to like animal processing, right? And then which sounds silly since they're the much more expensive brains, but what is this doing? Oh, this is filtering out. Right. This is just making sure that we don't show any jerky as being available to the rail network. That's all that is. So yeah, this is actually a high priority brain source. Because it is all, again, ultimately a meat void. And it's the voiding of the meat that drives all of this. Okay. It uses a lot of power just to get rid of meat, but I guess there is the furnace to jerky recipe as well, which we could set up as a meat void. But like, that's just wasteful. I'm not worried about us having too many brains anyway. Well, I mean, apparently we have enough brains, right? Vat brain cartridges are running. Or are not running because they're blocked on other things? No, they're going. Maybe instead of brains, we switch this over to make lard then. Maybe that's the better choice. I thought we were going to be low on brains. But it does seem like we have... Oh, no. We have lots of guts. Oops, I copied and pasted the wrong thing, didn't I? That was guts, not brains. Yep. Okay. That's why I thought we had plenty of brains. We do not have plenty of brains. Especially if we ever want to think about Vat Brain Cartridge Mark IIs. Which we do have already available to us. They just need a lot more brains. Amazingly, like, we have everything else we need for these. Uses one every 20 seconds. Doesn't it use almost as much chitin as meat? It does indeed use almost as much chitin as meat. But I also have no use for my chitin right now. My chitin gets turned into geothermal water, which is prioritized over the mined geothermal water just to be a chitin void. But yeah, in theory, we will have to end up with more chitin production to keep bioprinting going. But we also are not going to be using that as a meat void forever. Short term, I just have too much meat and I need to get that thing running and I want to prioritize the output of it. Long term, like, we will switch bioprinting to printing the things that we need and we will figure out, like, more uses of meat. I think the only thing I can really do with meat right now, which I may have to set up anyway, and which I have just been loath to set up, is this, right? This is the only other meat void that I can do. Is throw it all in a furnace. and then compost the jerky. But importantly, this is now sucking down however much meat per second. 3 1/3 meat per second, making stem cells. So I'm happy with that, at least for the short term. We're also gonna start pulling the xenogenic cells and the pluripotent stem cells from Pi2 and Logi for some Mark II creatures and things like that as well. So we'll be reducing the chitin demand slowly over time, I hope. But yeah, I've got chitin happening in a few different places around the base. Well, 3. And it turns out I thought I had a bunch of it stashed away, which is why I thought this would work as a meat void, but I hadn't updated the void logic for any of this, which means all of it has been voided. And I don't have large buffers of what I was accumulating, and that makes me really, really sad. Because I thought I would have a ton of chitin between animal processing and spoiled Sarkarus, but unfortunately, my chitin void was set up just as a low priority requester, not as a separate network void that needs to be enabled by signal. So it was just always pulling everything. So this may not work as well as a short-term meat void as I thought, because we don't have the buffer of chitin to actually run it. So we might be right back to just a bunch of furnaces. Although that just feeds phytoplankton, right? Which isn't a bad thing to feed more of right now. I always need more phytoplankton. Think. Maybe. We'll see. If we back up in the short term anywhere in this. Because, yeah, this really is unhappy. There's too much meat. Oh, that's how I did that. All right, that works. All right, we did get a delivery here. Bioscaffold is running. That's going to take a while before it spits over to these guys. So what is the next plan? Chitin overflow logic is fixed. Brain printing is done. My science is still not running, which is probably still glassware. Still glassware. Which is... yeah. Glass demand remains a problem. I think I could get like 50% more glassworks making molten glass-ish. Because in theory, these belts are all stacked to 3 now, and this is all scaled for stacking belts to 2. However... what is this pipe? Oh, flue gas. Okay. From when all of this was running off of, yeah, fuels. Anyway, I don't know if the trains can actually handle bringing in enough stuff if I drained these at that speed. Like, we're pretty rail limited in this glass build at this point. And I don't know how much more molten glass like this system can technically consume. Like, seems like glassware is the big one that's being bottlenecked at the moment. I guess just because of the prioritizations of the different, you know, one pipe and however the game decides to feed all these different machines. Glass core ran out of silver, which is fine. We have plenty of that, I'm sure. Well, not here, but... last time I checked, we had quite a bit of optical fiber. Yeah. So I'm not too worried about that. But I am worried about... I'm worried about these guys. I'm worried about glassware. If we check here, let's clear some of this mess out. Done, done, done. All right, let's look for glassware. So we make 3 per second. How much do we potentially consume? 0.2, 0.2, 0.15, 0.55, 0.65, 0.85, 1.45, 1. So just under 2, and we make 3. Okay. So this is still theoretically capable of keeping up, as long as we can provide it with enough molten glass. That's the issue right now. And like, when we stop constantly shipping every batch of glass that we make somewhere else in the base, this will fill up relatively quickly, I think, because like we do make a lot of glass, and once this buffers, once this starts buffering and once this backs up on glass plates, like all the rest of these machines will run full time and they will start filling their buffers much more quickly. All this to say, I'm trying to talk myself out of having to expand glass further. I mean, I could. Another 6 of these guys, another 3 of these guys, shuffle some things around a little bit. But I do think that if we wait, we will just kind of keep... We will get out of the situation sooner than later. Look, tin is still a problem too. Who'da thunk? How's everything else doing? Shafts are waiting on molten nexolite, not a surprise. What else did we migrate over to molten? Tinned cable is empty and probably out of tin. Yeah, out of tin. So tin is still very much a problem. The new nexolite build is probably blocked on sand. We just got some sand, so it'll run and make a little nexolite for us. But not enough yet. And if we look, yeah, we are behind on nexolite from the migration and from this not consistently getting enough sand. So when it does finally once we do kind of limp our way to the tech for sand processing, it's still going to be a little while before we're able to start casting shafts. I really should have waited for the sand tech before I tried to do this build, but we were so nexolite limited anyway. I'm not sure it makes a difference one way or the other. If this one runs half the time versus the other one running full time. But this recipe makes, I don't know, a stupid amount of nexolite plate, so... Okay, the question is, what am I working on next? And I don't really... I have this expand Zeiss. I don't think I need to make Zeiss bigger anymore. Because at this point, we are making anthraquinone from anthracene oil. And we have plenty of it. So I don't think we have to go through Zeiss anymore. So we're just gonna get rid of that one. Voids that should become V-network voids. I fixed one of these. Chitin to geothermal. Done. Electric boilers on site. I'm not quote-unquote fixing this anymore. In fact, I'm moving back to electric boilers because we have better power now. Iron oxide to plate upgrade? Oh yeah, there's a whole better iron oxide to plate recipe that I could switch to. Places we're making manure bacteria on site. Places we're making liquid nitrogen on site. Move moondrop seeds out of methane. What is this? That I could just do that central. Does it matter if I do that central though? Is really the question. Like, who cares if they do their own seeds? I think the reason to do this is just that I mean, this one gets its hydrogen from... Yeah, from here, which apparently my radar's in the wrong place. But I think the reason to do this is just to, like, try to reduce some unnecessary rail traffic, right? If we're already delivering hydrogen to moondrops, we can just deliver seeds right here, and it simplifies the methane build, gets rid of the need for a station here and some other stuff, but I don't care. It works. Maybe. Decide if Mukmuk's lard is worth it. All right. Let's price this out. I think it's going to turn out that Augs are the right choice, and I just need to make a lot more Augs. But we'll run them both. We'll see which one looks better. All right, for 1 lard a second, and this is just arbitrarily chosen because it's the default. Excellent. I got those backwards. Alright, so the Mukmuks is a smaller footprint for slaughtering, which does matter to some extent. And if we use... I think I'm using the bedding recipe right now, which is not necessarily the best because bedding is kind of expensive. But whatever, Mukmuks need bedding anyway. And then food is a whole thing. Steam can hide under there. Mukmuks are going to have their own food, which also needs to hide steam. Water pumping. Water barrels, water pumping. All right, so for 1 lard a second, Augs are more fiber, a lot more moss, but moss is basically free. Less bedding, which is probably the most expensive part. No salt. Relesias versus Relesia seeds. I mean, what's the ratio there? less Releasias. So really the only way this is more expensive is in terms of the fiber and a lot in terms of the moss. But moss is free and fiber is basically free. So I think we just scale Augs. Ugh. It's so boring. Let me do something interesting, game. Why is the best choice to do more of the same thing? Alright. And the question is, does this change with any turds as well, right? Which, obviously, Augs, there's... Feed them up to 50% sawdust and they don't even notice. Okay, so this does make the Aug food cheaper. Well, maybe. Wood, flora, seaweed, plastic bars. Flora, seaweed, plastic bars. Oh, it gets rid of the moss and the Releasias and instead adds wood. Okay. Or... Oh, this is if you're using Augs for power, which I'm not. Extra power for what? Productivity? It's just a 35% productivity boost to Augs. That seems... I mean, those are the choices, right? Either the cheaper food, and, like, moss and Releasias are not that expensive? I feel like the prod bonus is better. Obviously, we do still need to queue up the turd, and especially with that prod bonus, like, that makes any thought that Muckmocks are worth it just not. So, I mean, with that in mind, more Augs. Oh boy. Well, right now, apparently we're making enough. So it's really more Aug slaughter. Which, this is already silly. So we might need, well, one, I think I need more empty cages, because I don't think all of these can turn on. Like, these ones are almost never getting caged Augs all the way around the loop. So I need to throw more cages into this loop. Two, meat is still... Meat is not as problematic right now. It does seem like we're maybe catching up, which is good. Lard is probably still an issue. Yes, lard is an issue, and brains are always an issue. All right, what's our Aug production at, then? This is... Oh, I didn't switch these guys onto food yet. These are just still running the base recipe. I thought I switched them over to food. Oh, I switched Vrox. I upgraded Vrox to their best food recipe, I think. But I did not do... trying to see if this is... It looks like this one is having trouble getting its contents onto the belt sometimes, but not consistently, so maybe it's okay. Maybe it's fine. We're almost backed up on Vrox anyway. It doesn't have to run perfectly smoothly. Oh. That is because we don't have enough depot space for the number of trains that are currently out and about in the wild. And the reason we don't have enough depot space is because there aren't that many trains in use because the whole base is stalling. Which is bad. Is the whole base really just stalled fundamentally on glassware right now? Because that's awful. I'm looking at... Is our glass... I checked our demand for glassware. I didn't check our demand for glass itself. So we make up to 14 a second. Okay. Let's see. Vacuum tubes, 0.86 a second. Mech parts 2. Yes. Certainly lamp. Mech parts 1? Also yes. Filtration media. High power resistors. I think everything else here is other... Oh, and advanced small parts. I think everything else here is other glass things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 of them. Do we have 7 stations requesting glass? We have so many more than that. Well, I say so many more. We have 11. All right. So what did we miss? That is lamp. Filtration media. Rakes, which are accounted for in Mech Parts 1. Oh yeah, we've got 2 different things that use glass in Mech Parts 1. Probably more than one thing that uses glass in Mech Parts 2 as well. Yeah, okay. I don't think that accounts for all the stations, though. We're just going to go through all these and make sure I'm not missing anything obvious. Biosamples. I was missing one. Vacuum tubes are already on my list. High power resistors I have on the list. Cladded core, okay, also uses glass plate. And I believe now that's everything. Advanced small parts is on the list. Utility boxes and electronics. Yep. So, summary, please. 14 a second produced, consumed 3.5, 4 1/4, 5.85, 9.85, 11, 19, 20 glass a second. Obviously, not all of this is running full speed all the time. But that's a lot of glass. And like half of it is lamps. Surely we don't use that many lamps that's actually running full speed, though. Like they say. What the hell? Why are my lamps running like full tilt? Do I have that many things that use lamps? Whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Cancel. There we go. Zogna uses lamps. Fish use lamps. Activated carbon. Coal dust. And hydrogen chloride. And if we check the summary again for the lamp column, 7.6, 1.52, 2.52, 2.66. So no, we don't use that much lamp. We use like half of our lamp capacity, which still has us over on glass, by the way. But it does mean that, like, this should be catching up, in theory. There's also one more of these, then... What do we got? Activated carbon, check. Zogna, check. Still Zogna. Fish, check. HCl. Coal dust. And, okay. One of the mech parts too. That tab was already opened. That's why my count was off by 1. But it's accounted for in the summary here. So we're all set there. Yeah, 0.76, 1.01, 1.52, 2.52, 2.66. Yep. And then when we look at our glass stuff, that is a lot. I mean, some of these are going to be running full speed. Some of them are not, right? Like, cladded core can only run full speed when glass core is running full speed, but also we're like nearly full up on optical fiber anyway. Biosample, I have no idea what our like biosample demand looks like, but I'm pretty sure I overbuilt this when I built it the first time. Filtration media is still catching up. Did I already do this for my filtration media? I don't remember. Did we look at filtration media to decide if we made enough of it or not? I don't think we did. But it seems like we might need more glass. Like, that is the unfortunate reality that I am coming to. All right, filtration media. Just open all the tabs, check the summary. The usual way that I deal with this in YAFC. Obviously, not all of these things technically run full speed all the time. It's just a rough idea of, are we in the ballpark or are we... Okay, we make plenty of filtration media. 0.69, nice. 0.82, 0.911, 2.111, 2.38, 2.66, 2.86. Okay, well, quote unquote plenty. Make 50% more than we need. So this is okay. Of like our glass users, filtration media should catch up, lamp should catch up. It's just, can they catch up when our overall glass is so oversubscribed. And then activated carbon is running because filtration media is running, right? These are tied to each other. Right? Filtration media is activated carbon? Do I remember that correctly? Yeah. So filtration media might catch up to whatever we need eventually. All of these consumers are small, right? Is, I think, the general situation. And this is blocked on Nexalit now, so that's something at least. So yeah, the question is, looking at all of this, do we... I mean, I should just do it, right? I should just expand, at least expand molten glass a little bit. But we may need to ultimately, like, look at splitting out some parts of glass processing. Like, maybe instead of expanding this, what we need to do is pull glass plate, which is just glass, rather, out of this build, right? And do a build that's just dedicated to glass, rather than having it be part of the overall glass system. You know, pulling 100 molten glass a second. If we double this, and we say make it on site, well, we don't have quartz processing stage 3 unlocked. Ooh. When do we get... That's what we want to do, right? We want to wait until we have the upgrades and do the new quartz processing and take the opportunity to fix our glass then. If we can avoid rebuilding now. I think the base will continue to limp along with glass in its current situation. It's not ideal, obviously. Like, glassware is way behind, but I think it'll... I think we'll be able to limp through some science for a little while at least, and then do new glass with new tech. Shrug. Hey, we are... slowly catching up on meat as well. This is down to like half full, which is good. Oh, right. I said I wanted to put more cages in this machine. Let's grab what we need for cages. It also has somehow been another hour. Time always gets away from me. And that means that Twitch is yelling at me to run an ad break. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off because I hate pre-rolls. So I am going to step away and get some water during the ad break. I recommend you do the same. Stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human being. And when we come back, I'm going to drop off some cages at Og Slaughter so that that runs at the full speed that it can. And then we'll figure out what's worth investing in right now. I'm kind of stuck as we're limping through these researches, unfortunately. I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. We did get, finally, Pi 1 running again, at least for now, over the break. It got a delivery of glassware. So I don't remember how many stacks that needs before it will request a delivery. I think 6 stacks. Yeah, 6 stacks. And we've got 3.5. So it'll get there. I think we make... I could go prod this, couldn't I? And drop another research center in place. Maybe that's worth doing. Reduce our glass demand just a little bit. Yeah, 0.6 a second. And if we prod that, yeah, one more research center. May as well. I got nothing else to do. I should probably look into prodding all of my science packs, but some of them are easier to reconfigure with prod than other ones. Robots? Where are my robots? Oh, there you are. So let's go prod pi 1 of all the silly things to prod before anything else. I imagine there are plenty of other places around the base that we could drop prod mods here and there to help everything run a little better, but again, this is an easy one. Ooh, step. All right, there we go. Yay. Prodded. And with 4 of these, even with prod modules, it is now slightly faster than it was. Yeah, this was 1-to-1, and now it's 1 to 1.1. So yeah, I think 4 of these are actually going to consume exactly as much glassware per second as they did before. Just produce a little bit more of the... Yeah, because it's a 3/4 speed. But we added 1/3 more machines. So yeah, the consumption is identical, the production speed is slightly higher. Perfect. Good enough for me. And other places, I mean, we could do the same thing here, right? This is 3 of them, add 1 more, and we have the same production plus prod. Logistics science pack. Yeah. And then we can prod Sarkarus. Okay, we may as well, because that's only a partial machine. We can't prod animal samples. We can prod manure. Interestingly, we can prod native flora? I don't know if I care to. We could prod pressurized water, I don't care. So yeah, I think one more research center here and a couple more prod modules. I mean, I guess now we're just doing them all, aren't we? ChemSci, I think we built with prod modules to begin with, yes. Pi Science 2 is gonna be slightly annoying. Because I think the way I built this, it is not conducive necessarily to adding another machine. Yeah. Yep. We're gonna have to think about that. How to change this out so that it can be multiple machines. So this is gonna need a refactor, is what I'm saying. Because these just have so many inputs. But same deal, at least for the Paragen. We can prod that. Cytostatics, we can prod those. And then, yeah, one more research center. So we need one more research center for Logi. We need one more research center for Pi 2. Bunch of prod modules that I have. Automation science, we can prod. And we'll need 2 factories for that. All right. Let's run back to base then. What did we say? We need 2 of those. 1 for PySci 2, 1 for LogiSci. And then 2 automated factories. Okay. Let's prod all of our science. I should have done this as soon as I got prod modules, but everything was working then. And obviously there's like other intermediates, like can I prod basic substrate? Absolutely I can prod basic substrate. I'm going to assume I can't prod petri dishes because that would just be free petri dishes. Yes. We can prod cellulose. I'll need to look into this because this is very carefully ratioed. But I think if we prod... I mean, if we just prod the basic substrate step, then the ratio between the microorganism mines and the sodium hydroxide cellulose recipe doesn't really change, right? It's just... Yes. Although the speed of these changes, and that is going to affect... okay. We might spend some time in YAFC before we try to prod basic substrate. Retrovirus can be prodded, although obviously this would need a little bit of a refactor to do that if I wanted to add a second machine. Oh, I have plenty of sea sponge. That's good. Yeah, PySci 2, we're going to have to shuffle all of this to get all the belts in the right places for our ins and outs. Hopefully not too much of a hassle, but we'll see. And then... I mean, I could prod planter boxes, I guess, but that seems pointless. Planter boxes are not a bottleneck. All right. Off we go. Let's do Logi Science and Automation Science first, because the Pi Science 2 is going to need some refactors. If I can remember where Automation Science is. Ah, over by Logi Science. Perfect. I need to fit 2 more of these in here. Sure. And then prod everything. Over here at Logi Science. This should be pretty much like the other science change. Output belt has to be made a little bit bigger. But otherwise, we're just kind of taking one more on the end. And then I think I also said in Logi-Sci, I can just straight up prod animal samples and Sarkarus, because those are... No, we can't prod animal samples. We prod Sarkarus, and we prod liquid manure. Okay. Not that manure is frequently in super high demand, but whatever, we'll prod it. Actually, is that worth it? Eh, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's done. Because, like, there's some cost in electricity to prodding and whatever else, but... Now, here is going to be a little bit of a bigger refactor. So we have to pull out 2 belts. And we've got this that needs to route through. Okay, yeah, we've got 2 fluids here that I need to be careful with. We're just going to take this whole thing. We're going to put it, like, way up here. Okay, this did have... signal from... okay, this is reading the signal from the... Yeah, from here. So we do need to reconnect that. Because that's reading how much Paragen is on... Yeah, reading how much Paragen is on this belt. And I'm actually going to push that up to a 6, because we're going to have 3 machines running, although ratios are going to be a little bit different with prod, but that's okay. And then basically the same thing again. And this is where we're going to have to reroute pipes and stuff. But... Beautiful. Okay. Now, all we really need to do is get the remaining things out of... Get the remaining things out of here up to here. And that is... See, and this is why we had... It's fine. Zipper egg. Good alien sample. Casein. And then mechanical parts, plastic, and glassware. All right. So, what needs to happen now is... Yeah, all of these are in, like, various quantities, of course. Zipper egg is 15. I'm going to set all of these to an initial threshold of... Here, and these need to be... Read, hold all belts. Zipper egg 15. Good alien sample is 1. But then, yeah, Paragen 1. I was apparently doing 2 per machine down here because I had this threshold set to 4. So let's do... That means that this wants to be set to 6 times 15. That seems like a lot. But we'll try it. 90. Good alien sample is set to 6. Casein is 30 times 6. which is a lot. Mechanical parts is 2. Plastic bar, 36. 216. And glassware is 18, which is all right. And what I am expecting to see is that we don't actually have enough why is this waiting for source items? Oh, we have no glassware here. Okay, that's why. But yeah, I expect we're going to run out of space pretty quickly on some of this stuff. So we do something like this. But these can't be here anymore. They've all got to go to, like, there. Now we wait to see if it all fits. And somehow I don't think it will. But maybe. All right, actually. But no, the other side of the belt does not. There's not going to be enough space here for 216 plastic and wait, what is going on here? Oh, shoot. That was my bad. Hold all belts. Yeah, oops. All right, try again. Redo the whole thing. I hope that didn't just generate requests for everything to the rails. It probably did. Oh boy, that might have just been a big mistake. One misclick, and Cybersyn has to dispatch everything again. All right, there we go. So, like, glassware, we're going to have a lot of, obviously, that's not in the loop yet, but everything else... moss. And now it's just the, like, fluid parts, I think, that need... So yeah, no glassware yet. The moss should be... Oh, we're getting moss delivered anyway, so that's fine. I don't have to increase production for it. It's just being requested. Probably buffer a little more of that, though. Although... Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. That I accidentally got some trains dispatched here with stuff that is not going to fit. All right, our threshold for mechanical parts is like 1,500, right? So you're filtered to mechanical parts. And you're going to enable if mechanical parts are less than 1,500. Throw the extra mechanical parts in. Yeah, case-in plastic bars, it looks like, are all the same. Honestly, it might be fine. We might have gotten away with it. Yeah, there's no more trains coming. We're okay. We got away with it. Like, yes, we have a lot more mechanical parts and case-in than we need here, but... oh, it helps if we actually hook up our... all of our machines to the loopy thing. Now this is blocked on glassware, pretty much. Cool. Because, yeah, we delivered some Pi-Sci 2 at some point. Oh, helps to actually put the prod modules in. Is there anything else that we want to prod in Pi-Sci 2? Paragen and cytostatics, I said. Okay. Prodded. So that should do the trick. I think this is good. I mean, again, once it gets glassware. right? Everything needs glassware. But we have lots of it at the output, so like we're not going to get blocked on PySci 2 anytime soon, I don't think. For now, everything is running. Look at that. It's all running full speed. We've got vat brain cartridges. We have lots of vat brain cartridges. Bow before me, indeed. I think... Okay, I made some cages a while ago because I noticed some of my animal processing was not working perfectly. And I still have not taken those cages down there to drop off, so let's drop those off. We could definitely look into what else is proddable on the base. Especially anything that has... especially anything that has glass inputs. Getting it prodded is going to be helpful to us right now, I think. Yeah, seeing this, it's trying real hard to stay at 15 SPM. It's not quite there. It should be. It should be at 15 if it's running smoothly. I'm curious as to... I mean, it could just be inserter lag, right? Because these are all feeding each other down the chain. All right, how are we doing here? While I'm here, we are... I mean, we were doing pretty good. We're almost out of one of these buffers. It does seem like our usage is maybe keeping up with... I mean, we have a stack spoil pretty frequently now. Plus our other usage. Do we have bioscaffold at all yet? No. Oh, I also did not account for brain decay when I built this. So this is just not a done good build yet. Because I need to deal with spoilage there. So yeah, I think, unfortunately, as much as I wanted that to be able to get a bunch of meat out of the system quickly, because the chitin... Stupid chitin. My chitin void had just been set up as a low priority requester, so we weren't buffering any chitin around the base, which meant that it all, when I wanted to turn on bioscaffold, we didn't have chitin around, and if we don't have a bunch of chitin to turn into bioscaffold, then this can't clear out our meat backlog. So I might still have to just do meat to jerky and be sad. Because that feels super wasteful. Or, you know, research, what are they called? And, start making a whole bunch of chitin. Do I remember what they're called? These guys, Dilmos. Because they do spit out tons of chitin, relatively speaking, without many byproducts. So... But they're pretty far down the tech tree, so I don't think we're jumping on them just yet. I'm looking at like the text that we finished recently and contemplating where it makes sense to maybe if there's any place that it makes sense to try to do any of these new conversion recipes that we got. Like, what are our oleochemicals, right? Because we have one of these that makes glycerol and oleochemicals from lard. And that does 2 lard into 30 oleochemicals plus a bunch of glycerol. But if that is full on glycerol, we use this recipe, which does 2 lard into 25. Okay, yeah. So, what we want to do, I think, is convert the glycerol into something else more useful, and then we can run this build consistently and get rid of the other build, because this does give us a better lard to oleochemicals ratio. So what did we get as far as ways to use glycerol? Syngas and ash, hydrogen, explosives. That's just epoxy. Okay, so it's syngas. The answer is syngas. This is the only thing we're doing. That's a lot of water, but it will certainly be able to void all the glycerol we can make, which is not that much glycerol right now. And then we can make sure that this is shut down, so it's no longer ever requesting lard, because this is always a bad recipe. And we don't want to waste lard on it. Cool. All right. This is void glycerol to syngas. Sorry. Bonk. Well, unless I want to make hydrogen, but I think syngas is probably the better way to go. TS reactor, yeah, so that'll actually be that scale. Nope. That scale. Water pumping, cooling water, void. All right, that's an easy build. That's a very easy build, in fact. And then we can... I mean, I guess my concern with doing this is... what? We will... maybe sometimes... if our oleochemical glycerol demand inverts, then this gets funky because we're voiding the wrong thing, but we'll figure that out later. Does seem like I have a lot more trains running around the base again, which is a good sign, I think, that some of the bottlenecks have started to loosen and things are moving along like they should be. I hope. I hope it's a good sign. Glass is still... I mean, yeah. Still in high demand. Glassware is still broken. Petri dishes I haven't really been tracking, but... Oh! Wow, we have enough Petri dishes for a delivery and nothing's requesting them. So we may have caught up on Petri dishes. Didn't think that was going to happen anytime soon. We're very caught up on optical sets. Cool. So it is... We are slowly but surely catching up on the glass demand, is what I'm saying. It's taking a long time, but we are getting there. Yeah, glassware is still pretty bad. But regular glass... There's actually only 2 stations that are red on glass. One of them is getting a delivery. The other one will get it shortly. So we might be catching up on glass, I think. Even though our math on our production said we were in the red, I think the actual demand from those stations is not their theoretical capacity, right? They're not running at full blast. So that does mean that we have still just a little bit of breathing room in glass, and hopefully we can sort of keep limping forward until we get the new glass tech. Okay, that's good. I'm happy with that. We've got the stuff we need here. I mean, I guess we do this down here in this part of the base where we've been doing all of this sort of stuff. How many stations does this need? Just 3? Fluid in, fluid out, solid out. Yes. Could do it right here if I don't mind spending the landfill. Yeah, let's head down that way. I want to be thinking about also how that, like, bottom loop that I've been making is going to come back around and connect to other parts of the system. Because it's getting to be kind of a long branch. And I will want to reconnect it to everything sooner than later. And I've been trying to connect things with the T intersections rather than the cloverleafs whenever possible, because cloverleafs are a terrible intersection design. So what I think I want to do is I want to grab a trumpet somewhere around here and go south, and then we'll connect over to this, and we'll reconnect this here. And that way we're not setting up any places where we might have a 4-way intersection in the future. So it'll be like, I don't know, here. Actually, let's do that one here. And then here. And here. Yeah. Because I don't think I'm going to do anything like with these stations because there's just so much water here. So we'll we will set this up here, and here, this is just a good spot where I can do the glycerol void. And then we'll have to make some changes to the build that actually does oleochemicals and glycerol so that it always requests change how it does its requests, basically. And so that I can overflow glycerol. But that's just changes to combinators. So this is a void, and it requests glycerol. Low priority. Because it's on the void network, the other one can't send to this until I change its combinators around, so I don't have to worry about putting this build on the network before other stuff is ready. As always, I try to design my builds such that I could easily copy and paste more buildings into them. Hence the ghosted FTS reactor up here. And then an outfall. These guys also have a ash output. Helps if I actually put the belts in the right place, doesn't it? And then at this end, pump in. Really? Okay, there we go. That works. So yeah, output here, and then this needs to be a high priority source because it is technically a void. And I believe that should be good. We'll have to confirm when it actually, like, turns on, but... should be good. Right, it doesn't make, like, stupid amounts of ash. No, 1 ash a second from each machine, and I'm already using red outserters, so that's fine. And then up here, where we're actually making the glycerol and oleochemicals, yeah, this needs to change. I think it just becomes an and. Glycerol and oleochemicals are under that 200K. And then here, for the void logic, let me copy and paste that from somewhere where I've got a fluid void. Yes, that should do what I want, right? Because now what I'm saying is we only void as a way to make space. See if I can get the... signal across here. So now what we should be saying is that we check our void logic. Yeah. We have heaps and heaps of glycerol. How do we have 400,000? Oh. Only on one network, please. That's how we got double. And then over here... yeah, both of these are less. But then in theory, what should happen is that glycerol will get voided as long as we need to make room to make more oleochemicals. And I think this is going to do what I want. I changed this one to an ore. So this will request lard as long as it needs to make either one. And right now, we only void oleochemicals... or sorry, we only void glycerol to make way for oleochemicals. We don't do it the other way around. If our demand inverts or if our production inverts, we will have to change that. But for now, the glycerol demand is much lower. And then that should have been delivered down here where it's doing its thing. Okay, cool. We gotta decommission the other oleochemicals build, and we will do that in just a few minutes. It has been another hour, which means Twitch is yelling at me to run an ad. I run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. I say this every time, but I know people come and go and want to make sure you know. So we're going to run an ad break, and I will step away, get some water. I recommend you do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human being. And when we come back, we'll tear up this oleochemicals build and figure out what our next little project is. It looks like science is running consistently, at least. All right, I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. I am back. I'm so sorry about the delay. Okay. What was I doing? I was taking this build apart because we don't need it anymore. Right. I love it when I can take things apart. All right. Yeah, this just all goes. How much is in here right now? 23K. I hate to void that, but we'll do it. Cool. That should, basically now keep things preferring the better oleochemicals recipe now that we can get rid of the glycerol from it. Obviously that actually running requires that it get lard, which it has. Excellent. So now what should happen is as long as this is not full, this will be spitting out, this will be voiding. It'll get sent down here. It'll make syngas, which will eventually go somewhere. Because I always have uses for syngas. I may as well take this FTS reactor and let's double check our current numbers. But I think if I check the glycerol build, yeah, let's go up to here. Because, like, we are still going to pull some glycerol, so we may as well go up to this, bring this other FTS reactor that we just pulled out of the other build and drop it off here. I'm surprised we only pulled... I already forgot what that oleochemicals build looked like. I guess it was only one FTS reactor, not two. Oh, no. One's in my trash slot. Why? Oh, that's why. The requests in from YAFC when you export to a blueprint are exact amounts, so if you have extras, they don't end up anywhere useful. So we will drop off one of these up here, making... more of everything. And then we will drop off the other one. Oh, and we do need another one of these here in parallel. There we go. And then we can drop off the second one of these down there. Down where? Here. And this is why I need to make my roads. Not just because it's faster for me to walk on, but because I physically could not even see this on the mini-map, right? The gray of the trains over the gray of the sand or whatever this biome is from Alien Biomes is basically impossible to see. So clear all that, let the bots deal with it. Oh, there they are. It's like, what are we waiting for, guys? And the other FTS reactor goes right there. Not that this is Not that I'm expecting to need the second one, at least not, like, consistently, but it's here. Make sure the void is big enough. Let's update things here that show we can void 80 a second. We could actually pretty easily push this up to, if I grabbed a couple more FTS reactors. Obviously, that's a lot of lard. I don't know if we can actually supply 10 lard a second. Is really the... what are we looking at? If all of our lard could come to this, all rendering produces, yeah, 1.5 lard a second. So I don't think that it is worth... Did I not type 4? No, I didn't. I keep typing 56. Okay. I don't think it's worth trying to improve this until we can get a lot more lard, is what I'm saying. Because I don't think we're going to be able to feed this consistently. Yeah, it's already halted again. We did at least get a delivery of oleochemicals somewhere. Oh, wrong thing. Here's where we want. Yeah. So we've got them for... I mean, we only use them in a couple places, right? They're used for epoxy, which I believe is fully saturated. Yes. And they are used for fatty acids, which I think is where the last delivery just went to. Do I have I missed any? No, there's no better ways to make fatty acids. Well, I guess there's the middle processed lard. Is that more or less lard efficient than going through oleochemicals here? Here, let's look at this. So if I want to make fatty acids, 100 a second, which is a lot, from oleochemicals, from here, that's 13.3 lard a second, or we do 50 to 70 or 20 to 50. This one's better, but it needs a bunch of skin. Only 10 lard a second. Okay. So, in theory, what if we use the industrial solvent route? 18 a second. Okay. So it's only more efficient if we do the skin processing. Otherwise, it's less efficient to process the lard directly rather than going through oleochemicals. All right, I'm fine with the current setup then. It'll get the job done for now. That is an obsolete label. And then, yeah, I think lubricant used to use oleochemicals. And then was there a recipe for lubricant that's like... Yeah, this one. We used to use this recipe, but we could not keep up with the oleochemicals, so we switched to this one. And fish oil is largely a byproduct of our meat processing, so, like, I don't love this. We are going to switch to this one from desulfurization. This seems really nice. Just low distillates directly to lubricant. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Wax to lubricant. I saw this one. This is interesting. I haven't done a lot with Arcods, and I should maybe think about if they are worth investing further in as a source of petroleum products, because there's some stuff that's coming up for them. But that's way at the bottom of Chem Science, right? That's right before Pi Science 3. So we've got to be able to make propolis anyway. I'm not sure why Moondrop Stage 3 is here. Does something here need the iron-enriched Moondrops? Yes. Okay, that makes sense. I guess that's just the result of, like, the Mark II modules and, like, the other upgrades all being one tech. Is we don't need the Moondrops for any of the new tech, but we do need the iron-enriched Moondrops from Moondrop 3 for the Mark II modules, which is fine. Science has stalled again. Is it Pi Sci 1? Yes. Yes, it is. And is Pi Sci 1 still stalled on glassware? Yes, it is. Okay, so glassware is still causing us issues. Which, again, not a surprise. We fully backed up on optical sets, which is nice. And glass core doesn't have silver, which is fine. Which does mean that we've got more glass going to our other glass consumers, right? Is really the thing. Yeah, Petri dishes are halfway there, although Petri dishes have to back up quite a ways before they stop. Glassware is almost there. Glassware is just not quite running at a high enough fraction of its time yet. I'm assuming, yeah, we immediately are dispatching trains every time we manage to make glass here. A train gets dispatched. It looks like there's just a couple of the things that use glass that are kind of constantly requesting it, though, right? It's lamps and it's filters. Lamps are... Oh, lamps are almost buffered, so lamps are going to stop requesting glass soon. And filters are still not buffering. What does the demand for them look like? All but one of the stations, no, two of the stations that request filtration media have at least some. And this one is ready for a delivery. I don't even know what that is. Oh, trits. All right. So I think filtration media is getting close to, like, starting to run a buffer, is what I'm saying. And glass or lamps definitely is. And once lamps are done, like, lamps will pull a stupid amount of glass. So once they stop running, that'll be a lot of the demand on our glass lifted. That might be enough right there. Getting lamps saturated on their demand might be enough for the rest of glass to finally catch up. Because I think our total number was like 20-ish potential demand per second. We're making 14, and glass is 8. So that brings us under the number, which means that this should finally start buffering glass panes. And then once glass panes back up, like, everything else can run at full speed. This is our biggest, like, chunk of... Yeah, that's 100 glass, molten glass per second there. Everything else put together uses 250. So 2/7 of our glass is just the glass panes. And 2 of these things are already off. 61 worth. So we should have like 180-ish here. Yeah, 180 versus 100. So a third, call it a third, a little more than a third of our total molten glass demand, our current molten glass demand, will stop when this finally starts to back up. And that will be a huge boon. All that to say, I'm glad I didn't take the time, because I was talking about trying to expand molten glass production, and I wasn't sure if we'd be able to bring in enough pure sand from rails to do it. I'm glad I didn't mess with it. It is catching up. We are able to limp forward on our current glass. It's just taking a little while. And then once we do finally I've queued up quartz processing 3, so we'll get this fancy new glassware recipe. Apparently we get this cast lamp recipe that I think someone mentioned to me in a previous stream that I had no idea was coming. So we'll switch over to this and some other stuff. So we are going to have to do this whole new quartz processing chain to get the purified quartz. That uses creosote, which hopefully I have lots of around the base. I've been playing Greg Tech, not on stream, and I have plenty of creosote in my Greg Tech base. Unfortunately, that is not useful here. All right, yeah, I think glass is limping. I think we're okay. All right, what can I work on in the meantime? These are both waiting on techs. All of this is kind of random things to tinker with that I wrote down in the past. I mean, I guess we can work on... Are these all running now, by the way? Yes, they are. Cool. We have enough cages in the loop now, I think, maybe? Maybe just barely? We might need more cages in the loop still. Yep, because that one's turning off. All right. Yeah, I need to throw some more cages in this loop again. And... I mean, really, we just need more... If we're gonna try to increase hog slaughter, then I think we are unfortunately just gonna have to do meat to jerky. I hate to do it. It feels wasteful, but, like, we have so much jerky. We have so much meat. And, like, right now, I think we're only doing, like, jerky to phytoplankton, but there's jerky to other things as well, right? Like, I could also set up workers' food, but I feel like that's just worse. Yeah, we can do jerky to biomass, but that's a lot of biomass. Yeah, that's all future stuff. So I think short term, basically the only options are phytoplankton or compost it. So, like, we do want to make sure that we can turn it into phytoplankton if we need to. I was not expecting getting rid of meat to end up being such a major hassle. But it really, really is. I mean, the other concern is just, like, how much more slaughter can we do here before we can't even get these belts out anymore? Like, we have a couple of these other partial belts of stuff that I'm sneaking through, but, like, I'm pretty sure these augs are the better part of... Can I do this? Yeah, there we go, 22. Oh, rate calculator doesn't give me a total. I want a total. But yeah, 6, 8, 10, 13, 14, 15, and then some. So that is a full belt of stuff out of this. More than a full belt out, actually. Ooh. Did I do some math wrong at some point? How many of those are there? 15 there. 7 there is 22. Aug rendering. Oh, this has 21 machines. For 14 a second. No, 14.7 a second with 22 machines. Okay. Hmm. Ooh, is this accounting for... Surely it's accounting for the cages, right? 8.07, 9.54, 10 point... 11 point... Sorry, I've done my math wrong already. 0.73, 0.73, 1.46. Plus 2.2 is 3.66. Plus 1.47 is 5.13. 6.60. 8.80. Yeah. 13, 14.7-ish. Yeah, 6 something is what I got. Okay. We go up to one more? No, cannot go up to one more. So that is as much as we can fit on one belt right now, is 22 slaughterhouses. And that's pulling 0.73 OGs a second. What are we producing? Supposedly 0.7 in 19 OG paddocks and 4 repro complexes. All right, well, we have 20 instead of 19. We're using recipe 1, right? OG 1. OG pup 1. Yes. Interesting. One, I'm surprised that all of these are running. But I guess we should see this run out of pups eventually, because there shouldn't be enough pups to run 20 of these. But more importantly, the last time I looked, this was fully backed up on OGs. And in theory, I'm pulling more OGs at 0.73 a second. We're making 0.7 a second. But I guess for a while, 2 of those machines weren't running, right? So we were like just under our production, so it had time to saturate on the other end. Now it should be the opposite problem. We should catch up. We should slaughter all of our OGs at this point. It's not a huge bump. I mean, we might get like 10%, because I think like 2 of these weren't running. And again, one of them's still not running fully. Yeah. So I do want to make more cages again. Solder and iron. I have both of those over here somewhere. Hopefully another batch of cages will be what it takes to get the current OG slaughtering to really run at full speed, and not the, like, almost but not quite full speed that it is right now. 10% is 10%, right? Because that's 10% that feeds, like, directly into our oleochemicals and all the other things that use lard, which is too much stuff. And then I do think we're probably going to have to be sad about our 3D printed brains for a little while and just turn on a big old meat to jerky build. I hate to do it, but we have way too much meat backed up, and it's going to cause problems. So Once we do that, we can think about expanding augs, and probably the easiest thing to do is to just, like, see about making aug module 2s and dropping them into the build. Possibly aug, aug building 2s. I don't know what it's going to take for those. But the modules, at least, we can do. All right, a few more cages in the loop. I think it was very close to being right. Like, it's just this last one turning off every once in a while. So hopefully just a few more cages in the sushi belt will do the job. Let's pop into YAFC here, and if we do Aug Paddock Mark IIs, Repro Mark II, Aug Mark II, Aug Mark II, and we go up to like, sorry, not quite. There we go. So that, like, triples our AUG output. Then we have to be able to slaughter them. That's a whole different problem. That's a completely different sack of bananas that we have to deal with. But we can definitely do this. Making Mark II AUG paddocks and repro complexes, probably not awful. Making Mark II AUGs, I have no idea what we're looking at for that. I think that's going to be easier in FNEI. All right, AUG Mark II. Oh, I don't have yet. Cool. Queue that stuff up. But phase 2 AUG breeding program, we give AUG pups energy drinks, and then we hope that they do something cool. Okay. That's actually not awful. Like, as far as bootstrap recipes go. And then the AUG husbandry is fine. All right, but we don't have this yet. And I'm not sure that it's my highest priority to add to the research. But even with regular AUG modules, sure, we can get up to like 1.3 a second. A little bit more than that. Don't really care. We are, though, looking at needing to change some of our, I think, belt routing, possibly, for all of our inputs and outputs here. Because we're going to need more than a belt of native flora, which, like, we can do. We might need Flora Collector Mark IIs. Depends how big of a native flora patch we can find. Moss is a lot. And water barrels is fine. AUG pups is fine. Just a matter of rejiggering what's on what belts. But let's see if we can get Og Paddock Mark IIs and Repro Mark IIs added to our mall. Oh, do we not have Og? I thought we had Mark II. I thought we had a bunch of Mark II stuff. Oh, here it is. No, we got all the Mark II plants, not the Mark II animals. That's what I'm thinking of. Right? Yeah, we got Botany Stage 2, which I never researched. Not Animal Stage 2. Shoot. Okay, so we can't do anything except paste down more Augs right now, is what I'm seeing. Ugh, I don't want to just paste down more. Pasting down more is not fun. Also, there's 10 here, so getting up to 13 would be no problem. There's space here to paste down more, like, if I really so desire. I just don't really so desire. This looks like it's all set up for maybe I was thinking I would switch to using food at some point. But the food recipes just aren't that much better. Well, there is a turd that makes the food recipes less terrible, right? If we do sawdust diet. Replaces the moss and the Relesias with just wood. Moss and wood are basically the same inputs. I don't know which one is a more efficient use of those inputs. Relesias aren't that expensive. Oh, the analysis paralysis is definitely real at this point in Pi. I am feeling it. Pi 1 is still broken on glassware, I'm assuming. Yeah. And how is glassware doing? We'll just check in on glass. Hey, we've got a delivery of glassware going somewhere. Glass itself is... Yeah, I mean, it's trying. It's trying real hard to catch up. This is lamps, right? Yeah. Oh, and lamps are actually pretty much buffered. So this will be the last delivery of glass that lamp needs to get. Okay. That's good. That's really good. Obviously, other things still use glass, but lamps was like the biggest consumer. So once that is satisfied and is going to stay satisfied for a while, I think it should actually finally start to buffer in this. Yeah. Over here, Petri dishes are still catching up. It looks like we had some optical sets get used, so those are getting made again, but they're pretty well fully buffered. Um... Oh, and of course, filtration media. Always. And forever. Because that's also still... I did check in YAFC. We do make more filtration media than we can consume. So, like, in theory, this will catch up. But it is, it is definitely taking a while. But, like, most of these filtration media consumers are fairly small, right? We've talked about this. Like, okay, this is for nitrogen. 1.25 a second at that nitrogen build. And we produce... I already lost it. Okay, so that nitrogen build can, in theory, pull like half of our filtration media. All right. Also, should that one be running? I guess so. Do I want it to be running? Should I change some priorities? Because, like... Yeah, there's 240,000 nitrogen up here. Why was that one running? Ever? Yeah, we should pretty much always be pulling nitrogen from here. Maybe it's a train limit thing? I don't know if Cybersyn will send things to lower priority sources if the train limit is hit versus waiting to be able to dispatch them to the higher priority source. That's a question. But certainly bumping up the train limit here can't hurt. Because, yeah, this whole oxygen build, like, we also have, and again, I need to go fix my radar here, but, you know, ideally we want to be getting oxygen from this build, and then, that way we don't have to electrolyze. This is a bunch of electrolyzers here that also, of course, spits out hydrogen because it's electrolyzers. And all of that is, I mean, fine, such as it is. But, yeah, I was surprised to see this nitrogen build running, is my point. So hopefully it won't with those extra train limit up here. And then this one is flagged as high priority. Yes. And just to double check what that all looks like here. Yes, nothing is being dispatched to this one, which is what we want to see. Yeah, more glass going to... That's filtration media. But all of our other glass demand is satisfied. Okay. So I do think we're actually going to start buffering glass finally. We have been buffering Petri dishes. We have been buffering optical sets. We're finally almost caught up here. This is... And then glassware... I guess because it needs comparably so much molten glass, and because of how the distribution is, it just doesn't get to run as often. I do want to see this starting to accumulate. That would make me happy. What else can I check on? This build should be waiting for lard, but it is requesting lard. We are sitting on, 195 glycerol and probably no oleochemicals. Correct. No fatty acids. I need those for something over here, don't I? Do I? I thought I needed, like, fatty acids for something. Is it organic acid anhydride uses fatty acids? Is that it? Yes. Okay, yeah. And then organic acid anhydride is in here. One of these. Yeah, okay, but I have a bunch of that, so we're not totally screwed yet. This is halted for other reasons. Nexalate. Of course, Nexalate. Surprising no one. We're out of sand. How close are we to getting sand? 1,400 plus however much is left in this one. 1,668 science packs. We do have vat brains at least. Can I get a signal off of my... Here, let's go... Because we're just wasting vat brain cartridges right now. Because science isn't even running. What I'd like to see is, can I get a signal off of labs? I've never tried to do this before. No, the answer is no. Okay. So I'd have to use, like, the belts as a proxy for that, and I really don't want to do that. Because, like, if we were just checking if the belts had any on it, then, like, after the last ones are pulled into the labs, we would turn off the vat brain computer. And that would be sad. So I think, unfortunately, we just have to let the vat brain computer run. I really, really would have liked to be able to turn that off, but okay. What else can I check on? What else should or should not be running? How's silicon doing? by the way. Silicon is going. Did not expect to see silicon being saturated. Plenty of transistors, microchips, all of these are just turned off, right? Disabled by control behavior? Yes. MOSFETs, disabled by control behavior. Wow, we have a lot of MOSFETs. Okay. Are medium power resistors still causing problems? Oh, right, I completely forgot about Surmet being broken. Okay. Surmet is broken because lubricant is broken. And lubricant was broken because fish oil was broken? And that does appear to still be the case. Yeah. So how is fish doing? The last time I looked, fish was like turning back on, and fish is halted again. On filtration media. So that might be like one of the last things that like hasn't saturated yet on filtration media, because a lot of the other stations are looking good. Yeah. So fish is basically the problem was the problem is glass, like halting fish here. But that means red chips haven't been running for God knows how long. Better part of 10 hours. Complex circuits have been broken. And it's not like they've ever run very consistently. So, one thing we can do, since all of this is kind of accumulating whatever, like these guys are set to MOSFETs less than 5,000. And yet somehow we accumulated like 10,000 of them. How did we achieve that? I don't know how we achieved that. They shouldn't have run that many extra crafts. But I think all of these we can set to allow larger buffers now. I don't think there's any reason to have... Oh, these ones are item ingredient shortage. What is their shortage? Oh, the Surmet, of course. I mean, we may as well buffer whatever we can buffer, though. And MOSFETs, too, set it to 10K. All right. Geez, it's been another hour already. I feel like I've done nothing in the past hour. And maybe I have done nothing in the past hour. I'm just checking on the status of everything. I'm going to let Twitch run its ad break real quick. I'm going to get myself a little bit more water. I recommend you do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we return, I still don't know what I'm going to work on. We're going to keep looking around and seeing what else is broken. Hello. Welcome back. I appreciate everybody hanging out through the break. I was just looking at this, sat back down at my computer with my water. Filtration media is blocked on gravel, which... I mean, we do have a stone to gravel void, but this is just a void. So it only runs when stone is overflowing. I think gravel to sand runs all the time. Maybe we make this not a void. Maybe we do the same thing we did with sand, and we say just run all the time. Still be low priority, but this way it's allowed to pull a lot more stone into trying to make gravel, which in turn will allow, also allow sand to run more frequently and should help unbork Nexilate. And maybe that will be enough to get, like, filtration media running, question mark, question mark, question mark. Gravel from molybdenum plate. Cool, that's also fine. Getting rid of byproducts. Oh, everything is so messy in this base right now. And I really just don't know what even to work on, like... Some of our sand and gravel issues will go away once we have excavation, right? Because we'll push, has it already been 100 Pyanodon streams? It has been 100 Pyanodon streams. It has been a year of Pyanodon streams. Is that like 800 hours? Just under 500? 488 hours, 18 minutes, and 57 seconds. The Pi streams are usually like 4 to 6 hours, so... Also, if you don't follow Kellen, give Kellen a follow. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, so what are we at with things that are broken and what I can do to fix them? Filtration media. You think you're about to play Factorio again? Excellent. Filtration media just got gravel. That's running. Filtration media, when it finally gets a delivery out, will turn fish on. Fish, hopefully, will get us fish oil that goes to lubricant. Lubricant will unblock Cermet, and that'll unblock all of this. But pretty much this whole thing is blocked on Cermet, and thus lubricant. Oh, are these not properly connected? Is that the problem? There we go. These two were running. Okay, got it. Fixed it. So yeah, this is all essentially blocked on fish oil. Or us teching out and getting this better lubricant recipe. The science itself is currently blocked on glassware pretty consistently. Glassware will run faster once our glass starts to buffer more. And it does look like glass is maybe finally starting to buffer. Okay, that goes to filtration media, of course. But yeah, like everything else that uses glass is sitting at having a reasonable amount of glass. So this is going to actually start to fill up this glass buffer. Petri dishes have been slowly buffering. So I think glassware is going to start moving again in a little more, with hopefully a little bit more alacrity very soon. Because our molten glass, again, our molten glass is scaled for like our average glass demand across all of the different glass products. So when one specific glass is more highly demanded than normal because glass was broken for a while, basically, and we're catching up on it, that's slowing down all the other products. But once we catch up on at least one of those glass products, everything else will start running full speed again. High Science 1 just got a delivery of glassware. Excellent. Yeah, but it's gonna be a little bit before we actually get those science packs over here. Oh, no. We got a load of them. Okay, cool. Science is just turning back on. Perfect. I'm happy to see that. All right, so that is slowly but surely getting us closer to excavation. When we have drilling fluid stage 2 researched while we're waiting for whatever else we want to do. Ooh, did I ever make guar? No. Okay. Maybe that's something we can be working on then on the side. Because I do want to upgrade to the Factorio is sort of working. Yep. We're getting there. I think glass was broken for many, many hours, and I just didn't realize it. And everything has kind of been completely screwed up by that. Yeah, I want to get drilling fluid 2 going as soon as we have it, because when we drill for oil, basically going from drilling fluid 1 to drilling fluid 2 doubles our doubles the size of the deposits that we find, basically. So like if I find one somewhere, this tar extractor, expected resources, I mean, yeah, okay, there's 700 million here, but not all of them are quite so productive, and it'll be good that when we start getting new things, we have the new drilling fluid. So we will want to set that up, and that needs guar, and apparently I haven't done guar. That's a pain in the butt to make. We need planter boxes, biosamples, cDNA, flour and potato samples, and Relesia and Tufra codexes. Okay. Let's head over to where we kind of do a little bit of some of that stuff at the mall, and let's see if we can... I think I have a... Here we go. This needs to make guar. And we need potato DNA samples and flour DNA samples. This can make... probably flour or potato samples. Really, I want 2 of them. Where's potatoes? Potato DNA samples. I might have to grab some science packs. I don't know how much Logi Science we have in storage. Oh, a bunch. Okay, never mind. So then it's just a question of how many, like, Relesia and Tufra codexes do we have in storage for the bots to bring up here? And the answer appears to be plenty. Alright, I think this is going to be able to start making guar for me. What can I use guar for? Quality Arthurian food, Dilmo food, more Dilmo food, Fade Eyes. I don't know where those are. Okay, so this is just in a bunch of food at various tiers. And drilling fluid. All of the drilling fluid. Okay. That's all unexpectedly returned to the depot. Unexpectedly returned to the depot just means that I don't have enough depot slots for all my trains. Yes, I should fix that. Am I going to? I don't know, maybe. What's my current drilling fluid? It looks like I've got 4 machines, so we're making like 50 a second. All right, that's certainly overkill. We use very little drilling fluid. Sand, soil, clay, and water. And then sand, guar, copper ore, and okay. So it's basically none of the same things. So I don't think it's worth trying to retrofit drilling fluid 1. I think we just leave this abandoned, and then we'll set up a new build for drilling fluid 2. I'm just trying to figure out the scale that I need my guar to be at. Oh, all of this was experimental. Let me put augs back where they were. And then drilling fluid 2. All right, yeah. For the same 50 a second, we only need 1 mixer, apparently. So I'm fine with that. We go through drilling fluid so slowly. right? It's only used when we're bootstrapping new whatevers. Okay, so we need a quarter of a guar gum per second. Okay. Is guar gum worth centralizing? Yes. It uses heaps and heaps of guar bean seeds. So we almost want to do guar gum, like growing the guar on site, because that is just so many beans. Yeah. That's like a belt of bean seeds. Is guar a real thing? I don't think so. Oh, the best part of guar, though, let me show you this, is, you know, normally in Pyanodons, you're like plants and animals, you get upgraded versions of them, right? That have like, and they're just called like Naven's Mark III. And the guar Mark III is Guar. Guar is a metal band. There you go. Oh, yeah. The U's. Stage 2. 2 U's. It is objectively the best plant just because of its name. And also because beans are fun. So yeah, seeds in a whole bunch of botanical nurseries. All right. And I guess I do have phase... I have the stage 2... Do I actually have stage 2 unlocked? No, I have it available, but not unlocked yet. So stage 1 it is. That's a lot of guar. Wow. Okay, recipe 2 is a lot better. Oh, but also... Yes. There we go. So yeah, we get like 12.5 out because we're really scaling this whole thing around making a belt of bean seeds a second. So yeah, if we use recipe 2, then it's only like 17. Although really, it's like that. Yeah, soil on site always. And sand. Sand we can bring in, ash we bring in, lamps we bring in, water we pump out of the ground, plastic we bring in. Okay. Is there a use for the guar? Yes. Guar gum is a real thing and is used in hydraulic fracking. All right. I did not know this. And it's a bean. Okay, TIL. Every once in a while, Pyanodon sneaks real world things in there. So this is the build, right? And then just initially, we'll be doing only recipe 1, and the lamps and the ash won't be used until we unlock recipe 2. Because if we do this with just recipe 1, it's a much bigger build than I want to do. So we'll plan for recipe 2. And then eventually, you know, we can upgrade everything to red belts and better modules and better everything. But for now, this is the build. So we'll actually do 18 plantations, I guess. And like, we're gonna need also bean seeds for other processes. And it looks like we're occasionally gonna need the guar itself. Oh, I need it for the plantations? Oh. Screw you, Pi. Okay. That's gonna make bootstrapping this really, really, really painful. I think that doodle-doo that we just got was the first, yeah, guar. One of them. Alright, well, we need, like, a lot. I might have to set up a guar module factory here. Like a small guar build on the mall, like I did for some of these other things. Just so that we can get a source of guar for the plantations, or whatever they're called here. Yeah, plantations. Oh, wait. No, they don't use guar. Why is this saying they use... Is it a turd? Is that a turd recipe? No. Why does YAFC think that guar is used to make guar bean plantations? I'm not complaining. I'm just confused. Oh, does that to reflect the disabled by script. Every AL building that is disabled with 0 modules helps build the internal dependency chain. Okay. Cool. I guess I've just never noticed it before. All right. But that being said, it looks like we are going to need to get both guar and eventually guar bean seeds out of our guar build. Which is really trying to decide how much to scale all of this to for like the size of the build. Because this is enough to get out, you know, a quarter of a guar gum per second. And it's also one saturated belt of guar bean seeds. So there's not a lot else we can do there. And then... But we could easily, you know, quadruple the amount of guar we make. If we felt like being aggressive. And then if we unlink that, no. Clear, no, sorry. Set fixed production amount of like 30 a second. You set fixed building count of 1. Oh, one of these will consume up to, okay. Or then in that case, we could even do this. Those are some numbers. I'm just unsure, like, looking at each of these things, like... Okay, like, seed extract is used for... just energy drinks. And... phase 3 and 4 Tufras. And energy drinks... I don't know. The gum is used for a bunch of things later on for various foods. And then the guars themselves are used here for the fanyots. But anyway, this is, I think for now, we do this, right? We just make a belt of bean seeds from a bunch of guar bean plantations, and then we can plan to make this bigger eventually, and for now we will make enough guar gum for the drilling fluid build, and we will have to scale this up, obviously, long term, but I think this is the build. But short term, oh God, I've already made 10 plantations. I should probably turn that off until okay, let's grab this is like the worst way to do this, but it'll get things working for now. And this also needs soil and sand. All right. Soil is easy enough, and I can just drop a soil extractor in here. Although, actually, maybe we just do it... Wrong kind of thing, though. I want a blue one. Because I think I set up a thing so that I have soil accessible on... Yeah. These guys are putting soil onto the mall. I'm not sure about sand, but we'll figure it out. What I want to do here, I want to change this slightly. I want this to be an output, that to be an input, and I want that to be split. And then we can go into a chest here. There we go. And that way, it'll come back into this first. We'll keep a small buffer of it here to turn into seeds. And then the rest will get looped. And then I should be able to... Alright, that's going to be a very slow machine because it only has one module in it. But that should, in theory, get this able to bootstrap. What I was trying to figure out was how to mark these as... Can I set that as a filter? And then there we go. That's what I want. Now the bots should bring this over, like, as it's made available. Yeah, as the beans are made either here or as this overflows and they go in here, the construction bots will be able to throw them here. And then we also are going to need them here so that the bots can deliver everything. Wait, we don't need them here. Come on, Brennan. Remember how this works. Okay. That's just Yafsy being weird. Okay, this should work. This should, as more of it gets made, just like drop the modules in, and then we'll have a bunch of them available for whenever we are ready to do an actual Guar build. which is apparently not going to be right now because drilling fluid stage 2 is still not quite running. All right, still Pi Science 1, still Pi Science 1, still glassware. Shockingly enough, still glassware. Oh, this should be ready to do another delivery though. Yeah. Cool. This has actually managed to run consistently and is gonna actually get another delivery. Well, maybe not fully consistently, because obviously this delivery should have happened a little bit sooner, because we did run out of Pi 1. But very close to consistently. How is Glass doing, by the way? Hey, that's what I wanted to see. Okay, Glass is catching up. Good. Petri dishes. I feel like Petri dishes have been sitting, like, right around here, so Petri dishes are treading water. We're caught back up on optical sets. But yeah, when this fills up and these machines turn off, everything here will be able to run full speed, and that will unblock a lot of stuff. Borax. How's Borax doing? Borax is fine. Down here, I imagine Cermet is still broken on lubricant. Yes. How's filtration media? Delivery of gravel, okay. Sure. Yeah, stone to gravel is just always running now. Which might or might not help gravel to sand. But at least having stone to gravel to sand running a little more consistently is probably going to keep Nexilid at least not running consistently, but limping forward. We just need one more tech, and then we can get all of the sand we need. Fish is probably still blocked on filters. Oh, fish is running again. Okay. Fish got its delivery of filters. Excellent. It is all turned on, and we are rolling through. Well, it looks like we actually got a delivery of fish out of there, which may or may not have been to here. Yeah, okay. Fish is back on the menu, boys. And I'm going to assume that everywhere that can use fish oil is currently, like, waiting on it. So, yeah. That's gonna be a second before it goes everywhere it needs to go. Oh, we're also not making Dowfroth 250. That's probably bad. Because that's for antimony, right? What are you blocked on? Ethylene glycol. Ethylene glycol is blocked on chloroethanol. No. Ethylene chlorohydrin. No. Silver. Okay. That's fine. It is absolutely fine for things to sometimes be out of silver. We fully expect silver to be an occasional bottleneck in this base for quite a while yet. Yeah, I could probably turn these off soon. Stop making it the expensive way. All right. So it seems like the other way I could tell that the base is running better is that we're not getting those alerts about trains returning to the depot before completing blah, blah, blah. And that means that trains are actually able to leave the depot because they're busy and other trains can come in. I think what happens with that error is when the trains get backed up like here along the inside edge of the depot, and then those trains are not at the depot, so CyberSyn will assign them something. And then they'll go through the depot, and then CyberSyn gets sad and confused because it's like, I just assigned you something. Why are you going to the depot? I think that's what's happening. I'm not totally sure. But, I mean, the depots are still sitting pretty full, right? Like, oh no, this one's like lots of space. Okay, good. As long as at least one of the depots is not fully occupied, I'm happy. This one has some space as well. We should probably build another depot somewhere. It's probably time to do one like over around this side of the world. Bottom left corner of the map somewhere. Maybe one top right corner of the map too, but I don't think that's as... It's not super urgent to do that. Just, it allows CyberSyn to keep the trains parked near where they are, right? They don't have to go as far to get fuel. They don't have to spend as much time going back and forth all the way around the base. This is still blocked on, yeah, medium power resistors, and that is still Surmet. That is still Surmet, and Surmet is fish oil. Okay. Which is ultimately filtration media, although it seems like right now, again, we're doing okay. I could probably check on... Do I have fish 3 yet? Oh, I totally have fish 3. Deluxe fish food, though. Maybe better fish modules is the way to go, because we're still using fish module 1. I haven't even, like, set up fish 2. That's not bad at all. Yeah, and then once we actually get a couple going, we do this loop, which needs fish oil, ironically enough. So yeah, we could definitely set up a fish breeder. Fish 3, good alien samples, fish hydrolysate. This needs deluxe fish food, which I'm not making yet. So no to fish 3, but fish 2 is definitely very doable. I'm not sure if any of these belts really require any more. Like, are we close to saturating any of these belts? I don't think so. And again, if we were going to do that, obviously we're also going to need to expand our fish slaughter capabilities, because These guys can only handle, what? 1.6 fish a second. Right now we're making 3. Okay, so we're actually making more fish than we can turn into fish oil. So even before upgrading this, the thing to do would be to increase the fish rendering. I need fish mark 4 for space science, so I have to level them up at some point. Good to know. But also, like, where is space science? End of... There it is. Space science pack. Yeah, I think I have time. I don't think I have to rush. I think really the thing that I should be thinking about is, like... This sounds like C-block. I think pi is... I don't know if worse is the right word, but pi is more complex than C-block, that's for sure. Interesting. What is this? 2, so that's 1-to-1 on the stainless. This uses more stainless. Less advanced parts. I'm using fish for technology. Ah, yeah. Fewer small parts. More direct stainless. No niobium. But the advanced small parts also do have stainless in them. So I'm not sure it actually comes out to less total stainless. Although certainly less of a lot of the other stuff in this one. I don't know which of these is supposed to be the, like... invest into more complex infrastructure for a better yield recipe. They look pretty comparable. This seems like it's the base recipe. And then this one is from petroleum handling and AE. Okay. I don't know. Either way, what I need to be thinking about is investing in whatever I need to so that I can make red belts not seem like unattainable and very expensive. And that will make it easier to upgrade a lot of builds where I'm belt limited, right? Like, we're belt limited on AUG rendering right now. We're belt limited on so much stuff, and being able to get red belts going would help, I think, a lot with making it easier to say, yes, I do want to invest in these kind of expensive tier 2 modules, because for a lot of things right now, the tier 2 modules don't seem like they're necessarily what I want or need. You know, when I was looking at upgrading the AUG build, like, belt limits are constantly what I'm running up against. So that is gonna really need to be the thing that I start thinking about. Although with faster belts comes, can we get, you know, a stacked red belt's worth of stuff in and out of train stations? And the answer to that is a resounding no. So by the time you actually need them, it's too late to start rolling. Yeah, that's probably true. And so many of them need, like, so many weird components that it's always like, I have to set up a little bespoke build somewhere just to start rolling modules. Which always just feels awkward. All right, let's turn that off. Let's turn that off. Let's turn that off. But yeah, definitely part of trying to figure out when to do AL stuff is like just not having an idea of what and when it makes sense to start pushing on them, because so much of that stuff is so far ahead. But also it's like, at the same time that you get the better modules, you also tend to get better recipes and intermittently better buildings, right? And it's very easy to just be like, well, I can use and the better recipes are not always better, obviously. Like, for Augs, it probably never makes sense to upgrade them to food. It probably really does make sense to think about just upgrading their modules and their buildings when I unlock that stuff. Because their better recipes are just not that much better. But for some things, like, just upgrading the recipes has kept me going pretty well, and I haven't felt the need to upgrade a lot of the modules. And some of my AL builds are still relatively small, right? I mean, obviously we've got a lot of seaweed at this point running through. And like seaweed and moss, I looked into both of their modules, and I think I decided that they were both more effort than I wanted to spend. So I just made the builds bigger instead. Which is probably not the way to be doing things, but all right, science is running not quite consistently at 15 a second, but close to it. How is Pi 1 doing? Pi 1 has stalled again on glassware, not surprising, and glassware is... Ooh, it's happening. All right. This is exactly what I was waiting to see. Glass has fully backed up, and I think that means that all of these things should be running full speed now. Oh, not quite. Darn. Oh, because we got another load of silver here. So this is burning through that and spending some glass. And also it looks like we sent out another load of optical sets. Okay. Regardless, this will all be running a lot more consistently. And, ooh, we're starting to buffer. Excellent. I don't know what the number is that I set this to. 100 is probably aggressive. I could probably set that to like 10 and have these stall now. But these will buffer, basically they'll buffer a stack in each chest here. So this is getting very close to buffering Petri dishes fully. Awesome. All right, well, glass is fixed. That's one horrible thing I don't have to worry about. How's filtration media doing? Has it been catching up at all? No. But maybe yes? Maybe no. I was gonna say, that looks like fish. And it is fish. So yeah, I think fish is our big filtration media consumer right now, and it's going to take a while for fish to catch up and rebuffer. I think we are making fish more quickly than we can get rid of them, as long as they're running consistently. So we should at least keep... This should catch up, is what I'm saying. And I think that's our big demand on filtration media right now, so hopefully it will, that'll start buffering again. Getting enough fish pulling through that we can start to get, like, fish oil. That looks like we probably just got a delivery of fish oil to somewhere. Probably not here. Oh, yes, here. Hey, we're making lubricant. Huzzah! And it does look like enough that it's going to be a delivery of lubricant. But I imagine, again, everything that wants lubricant is almost certainly... Yeah, it needs to go to 2 different places. What is this one? Oh, this is mech parts 2, of course, gearboxes. Yep. All right. I'm not sure which thing is going to get its lubricant delivery first, unfortunately. So it'll be control panels are our limiting. Why are control panels? Oh, complex circuits. Okay. That makes sense. Excuse me. And yeah, complex circuits also blocked on lubricant. So that is, I mean, at least it's running. You know, this will use 10 a second. I'm not sure how much fish oil we can make. 20 a second. Okay. So that, depending on the rest of our fish oil demand... And there is some... Oh, we got the Dowfroth 250. Excellent. Yeah, there's a bunch of other things that will want fish oil. I don't know what this fish oil is used for here. Pipe goes to... Oh, it's actually used as part of antimony production. Okay. And then the other one was this one with hydrogen. Oh, that's here. Okay, that's where we're making lubricant. It's just routed in weirdly. And the other ones have everything they could use. This is Mech Parts 1. Also waiting for Molten Nexolite. That's not a surprise. This is... I don't know what this is. Oh, Corlex food. Okay, sure. And this is... Quality Vrock food? Uses fish oil. Okay. But quality Vrock food is... Ooh, actually... Biomass. Oh. I found a bug in my build. Okay. I need this to join this a little bit differently. Okay, where am I doing quality rock food? Oh, all the way down at the opposite corner of the base, of course. Let's head down there and let's fix that bug real quick. Science is stalling out again. That's not a surprise. But it does seem like glass is catching up. And in theory, as long as it can get glassware consistently, the Pi Science 1 build is a little bit faster than our Pi Science 1 consumption. So we should have, eventually it'll accumulate enough and balance out and we'll be running continuously. I think with every science pack prodded, they can all run slightly faster than they can be consumed in theory. So, all right, this outserter needs to do like that. There we go. And then these guys have probably just been like running. Yeah, because they're like, run whenever we need you. Yeah, run if we need Vrock food and everything else is present, is what it says. And we needed Vrock food, and in theory, everything else was present. This was just broken for other reasons. All right, well, I'm glad I spotted that and got it fixed, because we are probably running low on Vrock food. Did my Vrocks actually stall out? Oh, they did. We're out of food. Yeah. All right, I'm glad I caught that. How bad is it? How long has that been stalled? I have no Vrocks. I do still have formic acid, though. Okay. And this is apparently our priority formic. So I must have set this to... No, this is just normal priority. Okay. But yeah, I think I said I wanted to prioritize Vrock formic because at one point I accidentally, like, used all of my sulfuric acid making formic acid, and that's bad. This is supposed to supplement it, not be the be-all, end-all. And then ammonia, Waller synthesis is just fine. All right. I am... Yeah, this is still... That's what's blinking at me. Okay, this just needs a few more modules before it runs at full speed. Which it does look like it's going to have available to it. And then we do have... Oh, all the plantations made. Excellent. Okay. So yeah, if we want to do a big guar build, I think we're going to be able to do a big guar build. Like, I was looking at this and saying maybe we don't make it stupid huge, but like, what if we do make it stupid huge? You know, we make like a belt of guar, which is a stupid huge amount of guar. And then, you know, we run one of these guys. And this says turn, you know, okay, 40 of it into 30 is too many. Oh, I need to, sorry, allow overproduction. Yeah. And that gives us war bean seeds for whatever we're going to need them for, various things. We really don't need that many spare guar bean seeds, though. It's really the gum. It's really the gum. And the guar itself for Fenyo food. So, I don't know. I don't know exactly how I would ratio all this, but like... The guar plantations aren't huge, right? So... No. As far as AL buildings go, anyway, they're totally reasonably sized. So if I wanted to do a really big build of those, we could do that. All right, let's get our to-do list set up. Drilling fluid 2 needs a build. And before that, guar. How much guar do we build? Question mark at top. Okay. So those are the things. To start with next time, it's going to be the guar and drilling fluid 2, just so we have those done, so we have drilling fluid 2 available for us the next time we want to do drilling. And then as soon as excavation is done, we can fix Nexalit, and that will hopefully unbork some other parts of the base, because we're pretty limited with Nexalit going right now, so we'll getting some sand feeding into Nexalit directly will help a lot. And then I mean, honestly, I've been waiting for these few things for a while. I threw quartz processing in because I was like, maybe it's time to upgrade glass, but glass seems to be catching up now that it has efficiency modules and it can stay fueled. So I'm not 100% sure that that's where we're going to go next. I kind of need to make some decisions about what I want to prioritize and where we want our science to go. And maybe that means starting to look at what PySci 3 looks like, just so we can kind of be thinking about the critical path and what we're going to need along said critical path, and especially how big of the builds we need to do. Because I haven't done any of that yet. I've just been like bug fixing and bottleneck hunting for the past however long since I made my first chem science. All right. That's it for tonight. Thanks very much, everybody. I really appreciate everyone tuning in. Thanks for joining me for episode 100. Can't believe I've done this for... How are we doing on time? 489 hours. Yeah, I will be back on Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time, as always, for Pi, and we'll keep going. And then next week's going to be weird for Christmas, of course. My schedule will be screwy. We'll figure that out then. But thanks again, everybody. I will see you next time.